For the crew, be safe, to have fun, to remember that we're all down here rooting for them.
I want to wish my friend and former student, Victor Glover, and the entire Artemis team best wishes and a successful flight.
Have fun. Take some really cool pictures. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
From the Earth to Sky team, connecting NASA science to public lands, go Artemis.
We will see you in the Pacific, and you can count on us being there.
Greetings from NASA Langley's historic gantry facility,
where Neil learned to land on the moon and Orion learned how to swim.
We are with you all the way to splashdown.
Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering team. Woo! Like a full moon, your future is bright. Have a safe journey from the multimedia team in Cleveland, Ohio.
We hope to see you guys back safely in San Diego, maybe singing some karaoke.
Yeah, right, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's like, yep, karaoke. I love that people submitted videos. You know, this is something that we actually asked as part of the broadcast. We were like, you know what, I think it'll be really fun. And the overwhelming amount of people who wanted to record something for the crew was really heartwarming.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time in over half a century that we're sending people back to the moon, and everybody is excited about it. You know, kindergarten to congressmen and all over the world, everyone is ready for today and excited to see this launch.
And so here we are again, still inside Orion with the closeout team, putting some final touches on, it looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to any other umbilicals that he needs to be connected to for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say it's Christina said it earlier, it's the witness plate to the universe. And, you know, it has all these impact craters because it's not protected. Things hit it all the time. Meteoroids, asteroids, all sorts of things hit the moon and create these impact craters. That's part of what we want to go and look at and learn about on the moon. It can tell us a lot about the age of the universe and the age of the moon. You know, it's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. She was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. You know, that's a great question, and actually part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side. And then on the left side, there's something similar. And so they've got, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking and we will go all the way through splashdown. So you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I'm going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these three fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast. It's going to get hot and windy. And so we have these three fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit. But for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there. And we did want to point out that you did hear over the...
PLT, NTD on Ryan Earth 1 for com check.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1.
10.1.1, crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window. And we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, Integrity Crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And Integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MMS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MMS1.
MMS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken.
MS1.
MMS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis II work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA or Intravehicular Activity Officer will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares...
Go ahead, MTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for suit. This is Mission Control Houston. With visors closed, the pressurization tests can commence. We'll stand by for word of a good leak check on all 4 of the crew member suits for the Artemis II mission. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our 4 crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. Command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis III mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule Integrity. And there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedures, systems, and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time, and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface. may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check. Verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston. We continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. It looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that. As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is Mission Specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OT.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft, looking towards, well, no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
PM ready for closeout, performing video suite using drag on camera.
OT.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that
and CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. As I was saying, Christina Cook will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, it's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist It's pneumatically opened and closed rather with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed, but this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew, for some reason, needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
ATC cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
Okay, copy.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in Firing Room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last-minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So,
yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag-on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal that. There's 2 seals, actually, 2 seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good. And that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or a piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that the seal, they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize again just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute, and if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft, and then that again is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martin there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan, yeah, tons of people out here today, thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift up. Where are you from, and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard. And so this seems like such a full circle happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years and then 12 years before that just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the astronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis 1 mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis 2 and unfortunately, Artemis 1 went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis 2. And with my foundation, like the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely. And as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together and maybe say, go Artemis. Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview. And again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff, not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing.
Yeah.
There behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics, but you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they're going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now, this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end to end, and these are going to help power the service module and in turn provide what the crew needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I am the Artemis II Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director.
And I'm Boeing's Core Stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
I am the Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis II.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis II mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Recovery team is responsible for three things. So recovery is what we call our nominal recovery situation, where we go recover the crew and the capsule at their designated landing site. Rescue is in case we do need to rescue the crew and they landed somewhere else that we did not plan. And then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on SLS is to manage the operations architecture on the SLS program. One of the specific things that we do is support launch operations. It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team, to show the next generation in seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core stage processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly, and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
I've been a flight director for over 10 years now. I worked on the Artemis I mission, and after that mission completed, I was assigned as the entry flight director for Artemis II. I can't wait to see the hatch open after splashdown. That's when we know that our mission will be complete and the crew will have safely returned to the moon and back to Earth.
Our crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the white room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand mankind's knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take that big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing on our timelines, our procedures? Artemis II is a beginning. It's going to inspire a new generation. It's going to uncover science. It's going to serve as a pathway to places that we have never been before.
And to meet more people of Artemis, you can head to the link we're going to put up on your screen there. Just, again, really nice to see all the faces that have put in the work, the time, the hours, the dedication to get us to today.
Yeah, so many professionals that worked so hard on this mission.
And what was really fun to see is, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of 2 hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go, and now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. It's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. It's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. What part of the moon are we going to? Eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. We're going further than we have in a long time, and on the International Space Station we're 250 miles from the Earth, and so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions, but the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. There's a communication delay the further away you get, and so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon, so it's no surprise that yes, even though our goal is to to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole. The lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah, you know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission. And so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye. And so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis 2 crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't, you know, have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're just going to have a, I think, 45+ minute blackout while they're, while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis 2. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, through broad stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds, and to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Yeah, leading the way back to the moon. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm. And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations, and that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, you know, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually. And so we're going to get to the moon first. And you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition. Again, reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there, just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, you know, the tablet on Jeremy's knee well. So they're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the 2 hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was 2nd grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What? Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with the spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, Zero Gravity Indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes, food, a map, your favorite toy. Really. Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there. And we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise. And then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise. And so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of a zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see, Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain the orientation, but between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is a backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts. And yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the White Room ready, get the capsule ready. And she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020. Mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through our AskCanner initial training. So she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going?
Still going quite smoothly here from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system should the astronauts need the LAS. This would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors, which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, passed through that area and soaked the place. Certainly rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw, certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, we all really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really like that. And we really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket, looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we've just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, you know, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan, we are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity in the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascend today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis 2 crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Tracking Annex, located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay tracking and data relay satellites, which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory, and of course, these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Freeling, expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now, but now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
So much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague, Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration. And so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis II crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons. She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
go ahead. Man, CBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure? And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now. Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but you know, we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking at for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now, for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So they're going to still lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan. You've come now from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas, which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Saku, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, actually, I applied for Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launch pad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first Black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe, and we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback, aux 1 voltage, 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore. And so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to pressurize that capsule, and then, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
Ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learned so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board, science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board. And then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system. So what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the science officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learn during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science, from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface. And then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when, you know, when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples matched to the crew, so we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us, but first we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you know, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, you know, she talked about, made a really great point about, you know, the human eye can pick things out that, that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, like, that's a really cool experiment. You know, they took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is like, feels like scientific, you know, sci-fi movie stuff. But, you know, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. You know, we got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva, you can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, you know, it's scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so again, her energy just so oh my God, I can't find the word. So
wonderful.
Awesome. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got them. I see him being asked.
And CDR O2C Orion Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, you know, these are actually pretty similar to, you know, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. You know, we have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere. And then, you know, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, you know, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you know, you get set back in your seat and the G forces are into your chest.
CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go ahead.
When leak check complete, the cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. Yeah, so the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch, and often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home, so slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You know, you heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
and
incredible.
So you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually you know, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces. And so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right, now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here at Florida. And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So yeah, just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together and launched them right from our school. So it's very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done. You're a freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think we're telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff, that's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again, safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into the Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
oh, no
here
way,
was,
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us. So hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis 2 is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis 2 mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the deep space network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on. So let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan. And we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go but that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked to, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport. And so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, and I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome I mean, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back on my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical. And I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment. And that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you. And that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
One hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis II launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic launch pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, that's, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh man, look
Just
at that.
Kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama, but here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great chat. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now they
yes,
know.
yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys
Love
for
it.
showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources, especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out you're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, you know, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, you know, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the LAS is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, you know, we have the crew module, and then what sits out on basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no fob like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis 2 to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis 2 hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much they, you know, how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
was going to say, we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right hand, Christina in your upper left hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet. But again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off. And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah. Ours is on the left-hand side there. It's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners. It takes unity to accomplish great things. And that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team.
One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money too, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. We, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, just kept working hard and never got bumped up the path and ended up here. I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis 2 test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis 2 crew is set to launch today. Will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis 2, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into 2 categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which would be called out by Capcom's Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear a Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. I stand by 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints, clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here, but to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's going to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and, you know,
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11.
Yeah,
11. I'm very excited.
Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I mean, I don't know. Probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends, you know.
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them, except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close. And then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably. And so, you know, they're working the closure here and working those connections. And you can see, yeah, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the white room. It takes a lot of people to get this these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the white room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that isn't supposed to be there. And really, then at that point, it's just all 4 of the crew member, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah, and then eventually that crew access arm will move away, and then it'll really just be them up on top of that rocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights. And so there was a moment where I realized that it was just us, you know, 100 and some odd feet up and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering to yourself, how did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew again, bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look for teams who are remotely watching these operations closely. Again, verifying that things are as they should be before the crew starts, the closeout crew starts leaving the white room. You see them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want anything, any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the white room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, you know, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there.
Mm-hmm.
That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, you know, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the white room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. You know, there's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and, you know, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, you know, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch. And once they get to orbit, you know, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've got, you know, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
you know, going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis 2 is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis 2 is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration. My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis 2 mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer, kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flywheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flywheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we just heard in that package. I am interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious. And now I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but it's just kind of a dried powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package they put a straw on the top septum portion there, and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes, yeah. Actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so, actually, the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So,
yeah, let's pull
space
it back
food is
up,
space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can use the food that we have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You know, you can see I've got this is a soup, tomato basil soup. So thermal stabilized, it's already hydrated. So you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's, you know, irradiated. So it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite one. But
are we eating it?
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out. Yeah. With what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against, you know, radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually, the trick, Anne McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It
would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station, and then as you saw, pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
Again, not really a question.
Yeah.
Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on Space Station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but yeah, lasagna's not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, you know, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
You know, we mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. For the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting.
Yes. Exciting is an understatement, I think.
That's true.
We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time. It's important.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together and not just in a vacuum at home, you know?
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone.
Woo.
Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis 2 crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews before them, they gathered around the table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec. And the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, you know, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait till the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
2 of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have detached the white room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh no, I'm sorry, I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the white room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis II crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His 2 daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, you know, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis II pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020, pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis II.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
And
community
CDR
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NTD.
There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native, selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11th, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12th, 1981. Then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis 2 with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis 2 is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR NTD
to achieve.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold, expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L- time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
So much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the Moon Board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the Proximity Operations Demonstration. And this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, and the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is, again, going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis II crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles. And so we're going, I don't want to do public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launch, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis II crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis II crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis II astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis II astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis II crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis II crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon. To go around, I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis II.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center, the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go, right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Pinakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3. Go!
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow, yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing. And I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch, and now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis II set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis II is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery.
Artemis 3 and 4, but first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. Here, bring our crew back, learn as much as we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, it's another strong number 2 on that one. It's a number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission. Confidence in your abilities, and everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
250 years ago, 13 colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. We conquered vast frontiers, tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark, and we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the
Bom, muito bem, 19 horas chegando por aqui. 19 horas e 1 minutinho. Os britânicos. Estamos desde 4 horas da tarde, né? Você que está chegando agora vai acompanhar. Às 19 horas e 25 minutinhos está programado ali, então. Vamos lá, vamos tirar um pouquinho aqui. O som lá da transmissão da NASA. Há menos de 23 minutos aí, então, para o lançamento do foguete, que vai aí, segundo o Artemis 2, né, o primeiro sobrevoo lunar tripulado do programa Um Passo Fundamental rumo ao retorno ao longo prazo da Lua e a futuras missões a Marte. Olha aí, ó. Então está programado. Vamos colocar aqui, Joãozinho. Você que vai chegar aí agora, né? São 19 horas e 2 minutinhos. Nos ajude a ajudar o Brasil. Curte, compartilhe, se inscreva no canal e acione o sininho das notificações aí. Muito bem. Lembrando, ó, que estamos ali com imagens ao fundo da sede da NASA no lançamento da missão Artemis 2, a Lua, o foguete que vai hoje, então, sobrevoar, né? Vai fazer o sobrevoo aí, lunar, tripulado. Eles mandaram o primeiro, que não tinha tripulação. Agora esse segundo com tripulação, para chegar no terceiro, então, e pousar e fazer os estudos aí todos que precisam ser feitos, né? Que bacana, né? Então, eu, inclusive, separei algumas coisinhas aqui. Então, é isso aí, né? É o primeiro sobrevoo lunar tripulado do programa Um Passo Fundamental rumo ao retorno a longo prazo aí, né? Da visitação à Lua e a futuras missões a Marte. Aí, ó, o homem tentando novamente, a NASA, através da NASA aí, a gente até brinca, né? O brasileiro tem que ir para a NASA, tem que ser feito um estudo na NASA. A gente brinca muito, né? Disso. E aí a gente sabe que é um grande centro científico do mundo, né? A NASA. Então, estamos aqui, pessoal, tá? Depois eu tenho algumas atualizações para fazer, tá? Atualizações políticas. Tem muita gente... O YouTube está daquele jeito, né? Não está entregando o nosso conteúdo, infelizmente. Eu não sei o que a gente fez. Se cometemos aí algum deslize, alguma coisa, a gente não sabe. Se cometemos alguns deslizes, ou o que aconteceu, para o YouTube estar nos penalizando. Não sei. Me parece que está penalizando a gente aqui. Tá? É isso que está acontecendo, já desde ontem, né? Na segunda-feira nós não transmitimos, porque estávamos lá no Rio, né? Na Alerj, aí não transmitimos. Aí, quando eu fui transmitir na segunda-feira, na terça-feira começou isso aí, né? Percebi que o conteúdo não está sendo mais entregue, né? A impressão é essa, né? Não estão entregando o nosso conteúdo, né, Joãozinho? Puxa vida, nem para os nossos inscritos, me parece. Muito poucos estão recebendo a notificação. Estão vendo. A gente já passou dos 11 mil inscritos aí no canal. Graças a Deus, com a ajuda de todo mundo. Compartilhando, curtindo, deixando o like, né? Porque aí o YouTube entende que as pessoas estão gostando e vai e entrega para mais pessoas. E, na realidade, a gente... fica meio sem entender, na realidade, o que está acontecendo, né? Se é mais um mistério, os mistérios da política brasileira, do sistema. Mas será? Só tão pequeno ainda, tão pequenininho, aqui o canal, para estar sendo assim, será perseguido, alguma coisa? Eu não sei, ou só se a gente cometeu algum erro aqui das diretrizes, né? e o YouTube achou por bem nos penalizar aí. Mas a gente não recebeu nenhuma notificação, tá? Só retificando isso. Até me dirigindo aqui ao YouTube, nós não recebemos nenhuma notificação do que está acontecendo, o que houve. Enfim, só mandam elogios. Você atingiu 10 mil inscritos, você não sei o quê, marque produtos, venda, tal, papapá, né? A gente é parceiro, né? Somos parceiros da plataforma, a Canal Livre TV aqui. Agora, eu não sei, o nosso conteúdo é polêmico, né? A gente trata de política aqui, nós temos um lado, a gente se identifica, né? Nós somos de direita, o canal é de conteúdo para a direita, apesar de ser uma notícia que interessa a todo mundo, né? Mas nós temos a nossa opinião aqui de conservador, de patriota, que somos, né? Defendemos uma economia neoliberal, enfim, somos extremamente, né? Não extremos, né? Extremistas, nós somos extremamente endireitados aqui. E o nosso público também, que se identifica, vem para cá, a esquerda também passa por aqui, né, dá a sua opinião, de vez em quando a gente tem uns arranca-rabo aqui, mas normal, né, dentro de uma democracia, e vivemos ainda numa democracia, creio eu. Tá? Então, é isso aí. Bom, eu tenho que atualizar. Enquanto isso, agora são 19 horas e 7 minutinhos, faltam, deixa eu ver quantos minutos, 17 minutos para o lançamento lá, então, a decolagem do foguete que vai à Lua. Olha aí, pessoal, vai à Lua pela primeira vez, né? Estamos vendo, na minha geração, né? A outra vez, quando aconteceu, a gente não lembra direito, só outras gerações aí mais antigas, né, do que a gente vai lembrar quando os americanos estiveram, né, enfim, na Lua. E agora mais essa ação aí da NASA, então, anunciando para hoje, para daqui um pouquinho, o lançamento do foguete aí, que vai em direção à Lua. Rapaz, tá aqui, ó. Para você que está chegando agora, ó, é o Artemis 2, né? Que vai aí fazer o primeiro sobrevoo lunar tripulado, tá? Do programa. Porque teve o primeiro que não tinha tripulação, né? Foi só o foguete. Agora é com tripulação. Me parece que é 4 pessoas, né? Uma mulher, um negro e 2 astronautas, né? Acho que é 3 homens e uma mulher, né? Eu acho que é isso. 3 homens e uma mulher. Um é negro. Então, fizeram questão, né? Por causa dessas coisas todas, né? Enfim, o mundo está cheio de mimimi, né? A real é essa, cheio de mimimi, né? Eu acho que esqueceram um índio, tinha que ter colocado um índio também, um LGBT, para ninguém reclamar, né? Faltou o LGBT, faltou um índio. Que mais que faltou? Um MST Terra, esse aí, um MST, né? Podia mandar lá para a Lua, né? Então, para não ter preconceito. Ai, foi preconceito. Olha, mano, não foi a minha classe. Ai, não foi gay, não foi negro, não foi índio, não foi GGG, LGBTQI, não foi nada, né? Então, botava todo mundo dentro do foguete e mandava para a Lua, né? Pronto, aí ninguém reclamava. Mas, enfim, a NASA está acima disso tudo, né? Dos mimimis do mundo. Colocou lá, acho que 4 astronautas, não é isso? 4. Um é uma mulher e 3 astronautas homens, um negro. Eles fizeram questão de divulgar isso, né? Vai ser esses 4 astronautas aí, então, na tripulação. Pela primeira vez, sobrevoando o espaço aí lunar, né? Um avanço aí, um passo fundamental, segundo eles, a NASA, para rumo ao retorno ao longo da Lua, né? No longo prazo aí, chegar para futuras missões, inclusive em Marte. Eles querem chegar da outra vez. Dessa vez parece que vai ser só sobrevoação, né? Vai sobrevoar. Depois eles querem pousar e provavelmente a tripulação descer, como foi feito da outra vez, que muita gente duvida. Né? Vamos ver se vai ter conversa agora, vai ter gente duvidando da outra vez lá. duvidaram, né, que os americanos estiveram na Lua, que o homem não teve na Lua. Teve uma polêmica danada com relação a isso, né? Vai estar lá o foguete já? Olha, tá ali, ó, tá tudo... Nós estamos no link direto da NASA, tá? Não, eu não tenho tradutor aqui, né? Outros canais têm tradução. Eu não tenho, sou pequenininho aqui. Então, é tudo em inglês lá. A gente vai liberar o som. Depois, tá? Dessa decolagem desse foguete, eu quero trazer algumas atualizações aqui. Cara, tem deputado do estado do Rio de Janeiro, veja bem que eu vou falar aqui. Tem deputado do Rio de Janeiro, fecha para mim aqui, deputado do Rio de Janeiro defendendo redução de idade para dirigir no Brasil, para tirar carteira de motorista. Vou trazer, se você não sabe dessa novidade, eu vou te trazer agora. Então, tem aí políticos defendendo, e é daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Agora, eu queria saber se ele defende, por exemplo, a redução da maioridade penal, né? Porque se um menino com 16 anos pode dirigir, pode assumir riscos no trânsito, porque o carro é uma arma, se tiver irresponsabilidade com bebida, com droga, qualquer coisa, e estiver dirigindo, mata uma pessoa, um abraço, é uma arma. A gente sabe, né? Quantas pessoas aí no Brasil, ao longo desses 500 anos, não morreram em trânsito, acidente, atropelamento e etc., e por aí vai, vítima de irresponsabilidade no volante. Bebida, correndo demais, distração, né? Então, o carro é, sim, uma arma. Então, se um menino desse... políticas públicas começam a defender. Isso começou esse ano, tá, pessoal? Agora, em março, veio essa conversa. E chegou ao meu conhecimento aqui, eu falei, vou levar isso para o debate lá no programa. Quero saber, tá ali a enquete, você é a favor da redução da maioridade para dirigir, de 18 para 16 anos? Então, o debate, a comissão, tá, que está discutindo isso na Câmara, em Brasília, questiona que, se um menino tem responsabilidade para votar e escolher até um presidente com 16 anos, por que não pode dirigir? E aí nós fizemos aqui uma pergunta, já junto, por que não pode assumir os crimes também como um adulto com 16 anos? Por que quando é para reduzir a maioridade penal, é um mimimi danado, né? A gente viu agora a oportunidade que tinha dentro do projeto do DERIT, estava incluso lá a redução da maioridade penal, o governo fez tirar, não tira do debate, tira do projeto, porque não tem nada a ver, e tiraram. Né? Foi aí retirado da pauta do projeto que estavam votando, porque é cheio de mimimi. Quando toca do menino desse assumir os seus erros, as suas responsabilidades criminais, os crimes que comete, aí começa o mimimi. Aí começa o blá, 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 aí porque não pode, onde já se viu, não tem cadeia direito para eles quando menor, imagina eles se tornando maior com a maioridade penal, vão jogar esses meninos no meio de bandido, vai ser pior que isso, que aquilo, né? É uma série de coisinhas aí que a gente ouve. A gente ouve muito. Aí eu fico aqui me perguntando, se um menino desse tem política pública para ele começar a dirigir com 16 anos, tirar a carteira, para um pouquinho. Aí eu quero saber se esses mesmos políticos defendem a redução da maioridade penal. Por que uma coisa... Que baita incoerência se isso passar, né? Eu sou contra. Eu seria a favor se ele tivesse a redução da maioridade penal também, reduzida para 16 anos. Se ele fosse criminalmente responder no processo civil como de maior já, com 16 anos. Aí tudo bem. Mas não, quando toca de fazer isso, aí ninguém quer. Que engraçado. É claro que a gente sabe que isso aí é um projeto eleitoreiro, Projeto eleitoreiro, sim. Daqui a pouquinho eu vou falar o nome do deputado e vou botar a fotinho dele aqui, porque o estado do Rio de Janeiro tem que saber. Aliás, ele é bem conhecido aqui, tá? Na minha região. Ele aparece muito aqui por Angra dos Reis, tem até gente aqui que trabalha para ele, né? Que é assessor dele. Eu vou tocar nessa ferida, sim, porque se nós temos deputados no estado do Rio de Janeiro, no Brasil, que defendem que menino com 16 anos pode, sim, tirar carteira e dirigir no trânsito brasileiro, eu quero saber se ele defende a redução da maioridade penal também, ué. Que incoerência é essa? Né? Agora, eu quero saber do seu deputado federal Áureo Ribeiro, já vou dizer o nome dele. Está aqui, ó, senhor Áureo Ribeiro. O senhor defende a redução da maioridade penal? Por que só para dirigir vocês abrem o debate? Né? Aí aparece um monte de gente defendendo. Agora, o governo fez tirar lá do projeto o novo código, né? As novas penas aí para crimes, né? Facções criminosas e tal, e aí estava incluso lá a redução da maioridade penal. O governo fez tirar, né? E o Congresso fez o quê? Retirou e votou o projeto sem a redução da maioridade penal, que foi a maioria esmagadora querendo que isso acontecesse, que a gente fez uma enquete aqui nesse programa, que é pequenininho, e deu maioria esmagadora das pessoas, mais de 90% das pessoas querendo que reduza a maioridade penal também. Então, quer dizer, senhor Áureo Ribeiro, deputado Áureo Ribeiro, do estado do Rio de Janeiro, fico surpreso de saber isso, que o senhor defende a redução dos jovens para 16 anos tirar a carteira e dirigir. Porque vota em presidente, vota para governador, não pode dirigir. Tá, e para responder os crimes, deputado, o senhor defende o quê? Que ele reduza a idade também? Como é que é isso aí? É isso aí que eu queria entender, sabe? Eu queria muito entender. Então, esse tipo de coisa no Brasil é que eu não, sabe, não encaixa, as peças não encaixam no tabuleiro. De vez em quando, esse quebra-cabeça de vocês aí, ó, ele fica impreciso, né? As peças não se encaixam. Então, eu quero fazer essa pergunta, mas é daqui um pouquinho, tá, deputado Áureo Ribeiro? Viu? Esse é um projeto polêmico, hein? Isso é uma pauta polêmica. Uma pena que o YouTube não está entregando os nossos conteúdos essa semana. Mas era bom que tivesse bombado aqui para a gente discutir e debater isso junto. Eu queria muito ouvir a opinião das pessoas aqui. E o que acha desse tipo de político? Né? Senhor Áureo Ribeiro, se eu não me engano, é o terceiro ou quarto mandato dele já, deputado federal. Pois é. É isso que eu não entendo, sabe? Eu queria entender. A delação do Vorcaro, nós vamos falar ainda hoje também. Ainda não tem data, tá, pessoal? Vamos falar sobre ela e os detalhes, né, que me passaram aí. Se é que você não sabe, vai saber agora como está sendo conduzido isso aí. Nós vamos trazer para você essa informação. Minas Gerais, o segundo maior colégio eleitoral ainda indefinido para a direita. Também me preocupo com isso. O segundo maior colégio eleitoral do Brasil ainda está indefinido, no sentido de palanque para o Flávio Bolsonaro, por exemplo. O PL não tem um candidato lá e não tem até agora sinais de quem vai apoiar. Quer dizer, o segundo maior colégio eleitoral do Brasil, que é Minas Gerais. Tão indefinido lá entre o vice-governador, né, que assumiu agora no lugar do Zema, que provavelmente é o que o Zema vai apoiar, e o Cleitinho, que está em primeiro lugar nas pesquisas. Mas só que o Flávio Bolsonaro e o PL não definem isso. Vocês não acham que está demorando demais isso, não, hein? É importante o Colégio Eleitoral de Minas Gerais, hein? Pode decidir uma eleição. O que é isso? Então, tanto decide que o Zema ganhou da direita para governador no estado de Minas Gerais, na última eleição, mas quem ganhou para presidente no estado de Minas, foi mais votado em Minas Gerais, foi o Lula. Acabou ganhando as eleições, né? Com todos os problemas e dúvidas de todo mundo, né? Mas, para presidente no estado de Minas, quem ganhou, diz a premissa que quem vence em Minas Gerais e no Nordeste vence as eleições. Né? Vence as eleições para presidente, eu não sei. Então, eu estou achando, eu não sei, sabe? Muito... Será que não está demorando isso, não? Né? O que vão fazer? Essa coligação é coligação com alguém de outro partido, ou o PL mesmo vai lançar um candidato ao governo? Eu acho que é um tiro no pé. Sinceramente, não tem candidato do PL destacado, não, em Minas Gerais, que possa, de repentemente, desbancar o ex-governo, o atual vice-prefeito de Minas, tá? E também o Cleitinho. Eu acho que o Flávio tem que ir por aí. É nessa pegada aí, tá? Eu não sei, não. Bom, é isso, a gente quer falar daqui um pouquinho. Vamos lá. Tá faltando o quê? 10 minutinhos, né? 10 minutos para as coisas acontecerem lá, um fato marcante no mundo, né? No mundo. Vamos com a imagem lá, aqui do nosso ladinho. A gente fica de lado. Daqui a pouquinho, aquele foguete que está no fundo ali, com imagens da NASA, vai decolar rumo à Lua. Olha aí, podia um monte de gente. Quem que você botaria nesse foguete aí? Conta para mim aqui no chat. Quem que você queria colocar nesse foguete e mandar para a Lua? Junto, aí, esse voo marcante, histórico, mundial, provavelmente do século, um dos fatos mais importantes de acontecimentos aí do século XXI, provavelmente tá? É essa ida novamente aí à Lua, agora com tripulação, né? Tem vários canais transmitindo, viu, pessoal? Não só a NASA, mas vários canais transmitindo ao vivo, igual a gente está agora lá, com imagens ao vivo da NASA, lá no exato ponto onde o foguete vai levantar voo. Daqui um pouquinho, 10 minutinhos, né? E aí depois a gente vem com as nossas atualizações. Mas é uma pena, né? Eu até coloquei mais cedo, 4 horas da tarde, está lá já as imagens da NASA, né? Rolando aqui no canal, para ver se, né, o YouTube começa a entregar de novo o nosso conteúdo. Eu não sei o que está acontecendo. Sinceramente, eu fico aqui pensando, cara, o que está acontecendo? Bom, vamos lá. Eu vou liberar o som. Tá todo mundo preparado? Olha só, tem uma galera assistindo numa sala lá. Olha aí, ó. Vamos colocar, vamos trazer toda a imagem. Centraliza a imagem lá, Joãozinho. Fecha tudo lá na NASA. Aí, e nós vamos acompanhar aí, então, tá? Enquanto isso, eu tento compartilhar, fazer alguma coisa aqui para ver se esse negócio melhora aqui, porque o YouTube não está ajudando, cara. Não está entregando o nosso conteúdo. Uma coisa de louco isso. Tá? E hoje o programa é tão importante. Poxa, a gente queria falar essa história aí do deputado, né, defendendo essa redução da maioridade para dirigir no Brasil. Olha, veja bem, isso é um grande passo. E uma coisa de grande responsabilidade também. Vamos lá.
Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra.
É como eu disse, pessoal, a gente está ao vivo lá, eu não tenho tradução aqui, né? Estão falando em inglês, tá? Mas a gente está acompanhando aqui nesse momento, tá ali, como o título, né? Estamos ao vivo, tá? Hoje é dia 1º de abril, né? Segunda edição do Brasil Sem Censura. Estamos acompanhando ao vivo, direto da NASA, lá, né? O link no canal, com as imagens ao vivo no lançamento da missão Artemis 2, que é o foguete que vai fazer um sobrevoo aí tripulado com 4 astronautas. Olha aí, um desses astronautas é uma mulher, né? Que legal. E aí? Momento de expectativa e tensão também nesse momento, né? Como é que vai ser isso tudo? Bom, há quem diga que tem muitas finalidades isso aí, né? Inclusive de tecnologia, né? Quando aconteceu o Artemis, o lançamento da operação da missão Artemis 3, aí já vai ser com outro estudo para talvez ele baixar e a tripulação descer, né? E ficar por lá algumas horas, alguns dias, né? Provavelmente é isso que vai acontecer. Mas é importante, né? É importante que o resultado disso científico, né, deve ter uma significância muito grande aí para a NASA, né? Para o futuro lá da revolução humana, a evolução humana, né? O futuro da humanidade deve ter alguma coisa aí, né? Muito especial para eles trazerem aí de informação, né? Será que tem vida em outros planetas aí, hein? Será que, depois dessas experiências todas, será que tem um planeta melhor para viver que esse da Terra aqui, hein? Gente, é uma curiosidade, né? É muita pergunta para fazer para esses astronautas, hein? Mas como é que é, hein? Tem vida aí em Marte, Júpiter, Plutão. Outro dia descobriram outro planeta aí também, né? Me parece que apareceu aí. Parece que é impossível o ser humano viver por causa da baixa temperatura desse. É um planeta novo aí. Descobriram, né? Pois é, rapaz. Bom, estou muito curioso com isso. Que momento histórico, né? Que coisa bacana isso. A humanidade poder, a nossa geração, né? A geração de 60, 70, poder acompanhar a geração de 50, tem alguns vivos ainda, né? Claro. 40. Por que não dizer geração de 40? Tem gente aí com 70, 80, 90 anos, né? Vivendo bem, bem lúcido ainda, poder acompanhar isso, mais esse passo, mais essa evolução aí da humanidade, né? Olha aí. Deixa eu ver. 7 minutos e 29 segundos. Olha aí, olha o tamanho do bichão, rapaz. É grande, né? É grande. Olha aí. Tamanho do Munaia, como diz lá na minha terra, é um Munaia de um avião. Que é isso, gente? Olha ali. Já tem uma fumacinha lá, ó. Que é aquilo lá, Joãozinho? Eita, uma fumacinha, Joãozinho. Não é problema não, né? Acho que não, né, Joãozinho? Joãozinho, cadê você, hein? Você anda numa vagabundagem, não trabalha mais. Hein? Que é isso, João? O que está acontecendo contigo? Você não trabalha mais? Com essa risadinha aí. Tal coisa. Pois é. Fumacinha ali, João. Rapaz, viu? Tem que dar tudo certo, não tem? Viu? Duvido que tenha uma narração dessa em outro canal, igual esse aqui. Não tem, não, de jeito nenhum. E com pergunta ainda no ar. Quem que você queria botar nesse foguete aí, mandar para a Lua? Para os quintos, para a Lua. Põe aí no chat. É uma pena que está hoje ruim, né? Não tem público aqui. Puxa vida, o YouTube tá me sacaneando, cara. Mas põe aí, se tiver alguém aí, põe aí. Quem você queria colocar nesse foguete que está indo para a Lua agora, daqui um pouquinho, e mandar lá e falar para os caras, ó, deixa lá, não traz de volta, não. Aí, ó, oportunidade agora, única. Tá saindo uma fumacinha lá, João. Tá saindo uma fumacinha. Hein? Duvido que tenha tradução aqui igual. Essa é a minha tradução, viu? O cara tá falando lá e eu falo aqui. Tradução aqui do canal. Chique, né, João? Que coisa. Maravilha. É chique demais, João.
CDRD copy. CDR copies, last available.
Ai, meu Deus do céu. Vou te contar, viu,
And you
rapaz?
heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
TLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to
Fumacinha tem
arm the
ali,
flight
né?
termination system.
Hum?
This is so the range safety can send a flight termination
Ó, tá
command.
aparecendo aqui
if
quando
the rocket
escolhe
flies
o
too
Papa
far
lá,
off
né?
track.
Saindo aquela fumacinha.
There's a brief built-in delay, so the launch abort
Hein?
system
Que
has
coisa é
time
isso
to
aí,
pull
hein?
the astronauts
Deixa eu ver
safely.
quantos minutos, João. 4 minutos. 4 minutos
High
e
flow
30
bleed check.
segundos. Olha aí.
And so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
Agora são 19 horas e 31 minutinhos, né? Pelo que eu estou vendo, é dia ali ainda, né? Nos Estados Unidos. Olha aí a diferença, né?
Core stage APUs start, those are auxiliary power units.
E daqui a
High-speed
pouquinho, a
turbines,
3
which provide
minutos e
pressure to
50
hydraulic
segundos,
pumps. It's still
da,
the RS-25 engines. We're going
da
to see a
decolagem
test
aí,
a little
então,
later
do
at T-2
foguete,
and
né?
30 seconds.
Que
This is what
vai
allows that to happen.
Artemis 2. Já teve o 1, né, pessoal? Só recapitulando aí. E vai ter o 3, que provavelmente eles vão descer lá. É o que eles querem fazer, as primeiras experiências. O primeiro sobrevoo lunar tripulado do programa 1 um passo aí fundamental rumo ao retorno a longo prazo da Lua e a futuras missões a Marte. Isso é a NASA que está dizendo aí. Olha aí, ó. Vai lá, ó. Tá preparando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Aí, ó. Tá bom, não tô bom. Ah, eu tô bom, pô. Que isso, João? Não precisa tradutor aqui, não. Então não. Ih, parou a fumacinha, João. Ó, agora vai. Agora vai, João. Os homens vão pro... Hein? Agora vai, pá. Parou a fumacinha. Ih, a fumacinha tá embaixo agora, João. Eu tenho medo dessas fumacinhas. Detesto avião, viu? Oh, meu Deus. Olha, boa sorte, papai do céu, cuide desses astronautas, né? São 4. Tá indo lá, ó. Duvido que tenha uma narração igual aqui nesse canal. Não tem, não. É ruim, hein? Não tem nada. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tchum! Vai logo! Vai. Bem que podia botar o Lula aí dentro, não? Hein? Botar alguns aí, essas tranqueiras aqui do Brasil, e mandava largar lá e não trazer de volta, não. Não, deixa aí. Deixa aí. Fala pra mim no chat quem que você queria que fosse nesse foguete aí, ó. E largasse lá. 1 minuto e 57 segundos para a decolagem do Artemis 2, o primeiro sobrevoo lunar tripulado da NASA. Olha aí que beleza. Você assiste aqui, ó, de uma forma diferente, em canal Livre TV no YouTube.
Artemis 2 crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it.
É a narração mais perfeita do mundo aqui. O que o cara está dizendo, eu vou repetindo aqui. Ó. Ele está falando que está todo mundo cagado, mijado lá. Tá, mas vai dar tudo certo. E que eles estão numa euforia danada. E vai, hein? Agora vai. Agora vai, Joãozinho. Agora o trem vai, João. Rapaz, o bicho é grande, hein? Olha aí. Olha o tamanho do Munaia. Ó, diretamente da NASA, viu? Aí, ó. Canal Livre TV no YouTube. Ora, pelo amor de Deus, o que o YouTube está fazendo comigo, hein? Brincadeira que vocês estão fazendo comigo, gente. Não entrego o meu conteúdo, estão me sacaneando essa semana. Não faz isso comigo, não. Eu só quero o bem dessa nação aqui, ó, da minha cidade, do país. Eu e mais um punhado de gente. Vocês estão sacaneando aí, pô. Ó, abre a imagem, João. Abre a imagem que eu quero ver. Para mim aqui, ó. Eita. Ué, mas parece que tem um pequenininho do lado também, uma antena de rádio ali. A antena de rádio tem em tudo que é lugar, né? Olha ali, ó. Hã?
And here we go.
O que é aquilo ali, João? É para comunicação, né?
9, 8, 7.
Ó, ixi, ligou o rabo do foguete. Ai, 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 pegou fogo. Olha lá, vai-se embora. Eita, 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 foi. Olha o que houve. Ixi. Agora vai. Ei, apagou a imagem. Não faz isso. Momento histórico do século XXI. Olha aí que beleza. Olha, tamanho do rabo. Pegando fogo. Que isso, gente. Que bonito isso, hein? Olha. Foi-se embora. Foi-se embora. Que bacana, hein? Momento histórico para a NASA, para o mundo, né? Vai lá, os astronautas. Que Papai do Céu abençoe eles, né? Volte bem, tudo certo. Ó. E tem um rabo grande, hein? Olha aí. E vai soltando uma fumaça e vai-se embora. O bicho fuma. Olha lá. Ó. 1.200 milhas. Olha. Isso é a velocidade, Joãozinho? Olha. Eita, peste. Ó. Que bacana, João. Olha aí, que bacana, Joãozinho, ó. Olha o tamanho da fumaça que o bicho vai deixando no caminho. Muito bem, estamos ao vivo, com imagens lá da NASA, trazendo para você aqui, então, um momento histórico aí da decolagem do Artemis 2, o primeiro sobrevoo lunar tripulado do programa aí da NASA. Que legal, né? Vamos torcer que tudo dê certo com essas pessoas que estão lá. São 4 astronautas, né? 3 homens e 1 mulher, me parece. Que é isso? Olha aí, João. Que medo, hein, João? Eu não entrava num trem desse aí, mas nem que a vaca tussa, nem por bilhões. Eu não ia. É ruim, é o pessoal tudo vendo lá, ó. Hein? As lentes mais famosas do mundo estão ali, ó. Que coisa, hein? Agora é 2? Dividiu em 2? É aquilo. Que isso, Joãozinho, que lindo, né? Muito bonito. Ó, as imagens já tá trazendo lá, ó. Tá vendo? Olha que legal, é lá de dentro, é. Olha que chique. É. Bom, muito bem. Programa hoje atípico, diferente, né? O horário do nosso programa que veio a calhar com o lançamento do foguete aí. O mundo inteiro está cobrindo isso, né? Mas nós, infelizmente, aqui o YouTube não está dando uma força. Não entrega o conteúdo da gente desde segunda-feira, cara. Desde segunda-feira. Estão me mafiando. Olha lá que bonito, ó. Olha que bonito. Já está mostrando o negócio ali, o planeta redondo, né? Olha, você vê que a velocidade disso né? Pega uma altura já muito rápido, né?
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy, jettison. Team Eco 8+02.
Que chique, rapaz. Bem, olha.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tigris at the Carmen line.
É, os caras estão falando lá de dentro.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover,
Estão em contato aí com provavelmente a torre deles lá de controle. Não sei se isso aí tem torre de controle, deve ter, né?
Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds. Time
A
of
velocidade do trem, olha. Vixe Maria, ó. Ai, não, olha, rapidez, né? Pegou altura. Muito bem, tá aí. Rádio, TV, Canal Livre, no YouTube, presente nesse acontecimento aí. Uma pena, né? Como eu disse, o YouTube, né? Nos mafiando, entregando para poucas pessoas e a gente aqui Mas estamos com 2, 3, 4, 5 pessoas, não importa. 5 mil, 1.000, 100, 50, 20, vai ser a mesma coisa, né? Não arredamos o pé das nossas opiniões, estaremos aqui firmes sempre, sempre com o nosso propósito, que é abrir os olhos da população. Trazer a informação verdadeira, que muitas vezes as grandes TVs não trazem. E a gente vai continuar insistindo, mesmo não querendo entregar o nosso conteúdo. Vamos lá. Segue o baile.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes, 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Ah, que legal, né?
6 minutes.
A altura que pegou isso numa rapidez, hein? Olha, deixou o rabo todinho para trás, agora vai se espalhando a fumaça. Hein? Deixou aquele rastro ali de fumaça, né? Que é isso, rapaz? É, quando você vê esses supersônicos aí, esses aviões de... Eles também, como andam muito depressa, né? Eles acabam deixando aquele trilho, assim, de esses aviões aí de... Esses caças, né? De guerra, tudo assim, né? Porque é supersônico. Então, a turbina deixa... Imagina um foguete desse. Tamanho do bichão, né? Subiu aí. Depois.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time.
É, tá indo.
About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine
E eles são britânicos, hein? Faz 8 minutos, ó, que decolou, que levantou o voo, né? E eles são britânicos, hein? Eles marcaram 7h25 e foi 7h25. O foguete ligou ali e decolou. Que coisa, hein?
Integrity, non-Mexico core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth.
Será que vai mostrar eles? Com certeza eles vão que equipamentos aí, né? Vai mostrar eles sobrevoando a Lua aí, com certeza, né?
Looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Bom, o programa hoje está diferente, né? Então, estamos aqui, ao vivo, tá? Acompanhando há 10 minutos atrás, e decolou o Artemis 2, então estava todo mundo esperando, as televisões do mundo inteiro aí estão transmitindo isso, né? Uma pena que nós ficamos para trás aqui, né? Porque o YouTube resolveu me sacanear essa semana. Estou indignado com vocês, o YouTube. Puxa vida, eu tenho uma consideração tão grande, sempre elogiando aqui a plataforma, que, né, é uma plataforma isenta, imparcial, deixa as pessoas se pronunciarem, independente do lado. Eu estou sempre falando isso, que é a rede social aí mais popular, né, nesse sentido, que nos dá a liberdade, né, de poder transmitir. Você vê várias televisões aí surgindo na web, na internet, porque o YouTube dá essa oportunidade, agora vem com isso aí. Eu não estou entendendo, porque o meu conteúdo de política é o quê? Puxa vida. Isso que é o ruim da internet, né? O rádio, de onde eu venho, que é a comunicação do rádio, é diferente, né? As pessoas ligam o rádio, ninguém faz pressão, ninguém vai lá na casa do cara, desliga o rádio aí, senão eu te mato, né? Não faz pressão nenhuma. Agora, esse negócio de tecnologia aí, botão e coisa, eles sacaneiam a gente, né? Aí não chega nas pessoas. Agora, antigamente, no rádio, não. Tu tinha audiência ou tu não tinha. Não tinha armação. Não tem armação. O cara liga o rádio dele na casa dele, no carro, e ele está te ouvindo. Não tem como ninguém mafiar ninguém. Agora, esse negócio aí de internet é um problema, né? A gente depende da boa vontade da plataforma, enfim, né? Das frescuras, é muito mimimi, né? O Brasil está cheio de mimimi. Cheio. Qualquer coisinha eles se sentem ofendidos, denuncia a gente, cheio de frescura. E aí, há 10 minutos, então, é exatamente isso, né? 10 minutos que saiu o voo, 12 minutos, a 12 minutos e 16 segundos, o Artemis 2 levantou voo, né? Rumo à Lua, e então, né? Ao sobrevoo da Lua com tripulação, 4 astronautas. Olha que legal, né? E é mais um grande passo aí para a longo prazo, as futuras missões em Marte, na Lua mesmo, né? É o que eles pretendem agora nessa terceira fase, que provavelmente vai ser o Artemis 3. Tá? Então, dizem que isso também tem a ver aí com estudos de uma série de coisas aí do desenvolvimento humano. Descobertas. Esperamos que seja para coisas boas, né, pessoal? Que de coisa ruim a gente já está cheio. Inventa todo dia. Não precisa trazer coisa ruim da Lua agora, né? De Marte. Não precisa, né? Já tem demais aqui. E no Brasil, então, misericórdia. Não, deixem tudo aí. Aliás, a melhor coisa que poderia acontecer era alguém levar alguns aqui do Brasil, né? Botar dentro desse foguete, levar junto, e já deixava lá, fazer um favor para nós, né? Oh, meu Deus. Pois é, tá precisando que alguém leve dentro de um foguete e solte por lá, sabe? Porque não dá para aguentar, mas não. Tem umas figuras aqui que eu vou te falar no Brasil. Ninguém está aguentando mais. Ninguém aguenta mais. Se tivesse bastante audiência, hoje eu ia perguntar. Escreve no chat aí, quem é que você queria que botasse dentro do foguete e levasse para a Lua e deixasse por lá, aqui do Brasil. Fala aí. Mas não, né? Um pouquinho. Pessoa aí.
Yeah, Gary, for people are just joining us, welcome back
É
to the Space
complicado,
Coast, where we
viu?
just saw Artemis 2 lift off
Aí, tá um
14
dia
minutes
bonito
ago.
lá,
And
né?
wow, what an amazing
Olha lá,
launch and an
o céu
emotional
tá
one too. As
azulzinho.
soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Tá aí, eu tô sem tradutor aqui, né? É. Nessa
we've got
rapidez
full
aí,
friends
não
and
dá
Finland,
para
so we said
entender
within
muito.
minutes, pretty amazing.
Até se
Yeah, how does it
arranha
feel
alguma
as someone who,
coisinha, mas
you know,
eles
is an
falam
astronaut as
rápido
well, but
demais.
also, as you said, friend.
Não tem
Yeah,
como,
so
não.
just
E
so
hoje a minha amiga não
you
tá
know,
aqui, senão eu ia botar ela do
man,
meu
we
lado
don't
aqui
have the
para ela
words in the
só
English language to describe this kind
que ela é
of event
professora.
and
Aí
pride,
era o canal,
love,
né?
so
Mas
many
hoje ela não
emotions,
tá
you know,
aqui, não.
they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on
Bom,
everything.
tá
but
aí,
so far,
pessoal.
what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be
Que
returning
legal, né?
to
Deu
the
tudo
orbit
certo.
more than 50
O
years,
troço só pegou
maybe
fogo lá
maybe
embaixo para
farther
subir mesmo e
from
foi
Earth than any other
bonito.
humans
Foi
before
uma
them. Maybe they
beleza.
see
O mundo inteiro
parts
assistiu
of the
e
moon
a
that we've
Canal
never
Livre
seen
também
before. I
estava
mean,
presente.
what
Olha só,
a
quem
great
sabe
start
daqui
to
uns
what
50
could be
anos
all
isso
of
aqui não vai
these
estar no ar. Meus filhos, meus netos
milestones
não
that
vão
we
estar
hit in
mostrando,
just
né?
the
O
10th
morto
mission.
já e
Yes,
eles
what a
mostrando.
way
Olha,
to
olha
welcome
o que
in
meu
the
avô
Artemis
fazia
generation.
aqui, ó, transmitia isso aqui
Yeah, how do you
na
feel?
TV
I mean,
dele
we saw
web
some
aqui, ó,
beautiful shots we were
até
covering of,
o
of course,
foguete
the
indo para a
rocket,
Lua,
of
ele
course,
cobriu.
the
Olha
Earth
aí, do jeitão
falling
dele, mas
away
cobriu.
as we continue
É,
up, up,
viu?
up
A
to our
tradução
events, but
minha
also some
aqui.
of the
Olha
silent
lá,
shots
pegou,
where
pum,
we saw young
vai,
and
agora
old
vai, João.
just
Pegou fogo no
emotional,
rabo.
overcome
Isso,
by this
foi o
history-making
foguete.
moment.
Man, we are going back to
Pronto.
the moon for all, and
Tá
we saw
bom.
that today. We saw that in all the crowds.
Agora vamos voltar
Yeah,
para
you
cá,
guys
né?
just saw that
Para nossa
view, the
realidade,
sunrise
né?
or
Muito
sunset. I
bonito
guess
isso
they
no
just
mundo.
made it
Agora,
over the
agora
crest of
traz
the
para
Earth, but
cá,
you could
João.
see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I
É,
can't
vamos para
imagine
nossa
what
realidade?
they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a
Bom,
lot of people are like, you know what,
é isso aí.
I'm
Depois nós vamos
surprised
acompanhando,
this
né? Como é que
launched on
tá
the
a
first
vida
try, because
desses
we
caras
know, like
lá.
any little thing, we
Provavelmente
have to be keeping safety.
vão mostrar, né? Vamos mostrar. Vamos tirar o som de lá. Tá aí, ó, 16 minutos já tá sobrevoando, né? O foguete, então, Artemis 2. Chique no último. Chique no último. Muito bom. Muito bom. Bom, vamos lá. Segue o pai. Agora é o seguinte, cara. Vamos falar nossa realidade? Vamos, nem que seja para 2, 3 pessoas, não importa quantas. O trabalho é o mesmo, vai continuar o mesmo, como se tivesse milhares, centenas de pessoas aqui nos assistindo. Vamos lá, o deputado Áureo Ribeiro, põe na tela esse cara, porque eu tenho, sabe, muitas, eu queria muito, eu quero ver se eu consigo falar com o Áureo. Eu sei quem é ele. Eu sei quem é o Áureo, cara. Agora, eu queria fazer essa pergunta para ele, sabe? Queria mesmo. Queria muito, deputado Áureo Ribeiro. Deputado federal do Partido Solidariedade, aqui do Rio de Janeiro. Sabe? Eu tenho uma dúvida. Como é que tem política pública? Como é que tem políticos defendendo isso? E na hora que a gente precisa, por exemplo, né? Que alguém defenda a situação aí da redução da maioridade penal, por exemplo, poderia ter essa mesma força, né? Esse mesmo engajamento. Você vê, eles começaram a falar disso em março, já criaram uma comissão e já estão discutindo isso para, quem sabe, ir para a votação. É tudo muito rápido quando eles querem, né? Tá aí, ó. Foi criado, quer ver? Aqui, ó. Então, o deputado Áureo Ribeiro quer diminuir a idade mínima para dirigir e tirar a carteira para 16 anos, de 18 para 16 anos. Tá? E da carteira nacional de habilitação. Claro, para dirigir tem que ter a carteira, né, Gauchinho? Ele é o relator de uma comissão especial na Câmara que defende essa ideia. Olha que chique, que legal. Para você que ainda não sabe, tá? A gente traz essa informação. Vamos falar aqui também, ó. Eu separei até... Olha só essa história aqui, ó. Com base nas informações recentes, de março e abril de 2026, o deputado federal Áureo Ribeiro, do Solidariedade do Rio de Janeiro, tem atuado ativamente na Câmara dos Deputados para reduzir a idade mínima para a obtenção da Carteira Nacional de Habilitação, a CNH, de 18 para 16 anos. Que legal, que chique. Vamos lá. Posicionamentos e ações que a gente levantou. Ó. Relator da CNH aos 16 anos. Auro Ribeiro, relator da comissão especial que analisa mudanças no Código de Trânsito Brasileiro e aprovou o plano de trabalho para debater a redução da idade para dirigir. Quer dizer, ele conseguiu aprovar isso já, para ir para a comissão, para discussão. Olha aí, está bem adiantado o negócio. E foi agora em março e abril. Agora, fevereiro e março. E abril agora já começam as discussões. Em ano de eleição, veja bem, senhores e senhoras, se isso não está me cheirando uma jogada eleitoreira. Vai vendo. Argumento principal. O parlamento e o parlamentar argumenta que se jovens de 16 anos já possuem capacidade civil e política para votar, também deveriam ter o direito de dirigir. Que legal! Palmas para ele. Maravilhoso. Concordo. Foco na emancipação. A defesa do deputado centra-se na ampliação da responsabilidade e direito dos jovens a partir dos 16 anos. Tá, mas precisa saber se, com isso, amplia também para a responsabilidade civil e penal. Seria uma boa, aí eu concordo. Já que ele quer dirigir, ele pode tirar a carteira de habilitação com 16 anos, ele pode responder pelos crimes também, pelo Código Civil Penal, né? Quem sabe já não emenda tudo, fica numa coisa só, né, deputado? É isso que a gente precisa entender desse projeto. Será que estende isso ou não? Aí a gente foi fazer uma pesquisinha ali aqui, não achamos nenhuma defesa do deputado com relação à redução da maioridade penal, por exemplo. Tá? Ainda mais o estado dele, que ele é deputado eleito, que tem, né, N problemas com violência, com menores assaltando as casas de custódia de menor, aqui estão superlotadas. Né? Infelizmente, as comunidades não chegam àquelas políticas que têm que chegar, e aí esses jovens ficam lá em vulnerabilidade, infelizmente. Alguns topam ir para o caminho do bem, caminho da verdade, uma coisa saudável, né? Saem de lá até doutores, tem casos, sim. Agora, outros, infelizmente, uma grande maioria, despenca lá para um lado sombrio, né, da vida, e porque essas políticas públicas não chegam, essas ideias, né, deputado? Então, eu queria, entender. Agora, emancipação é para tudo, porque aí ele se torna de maior, de idade, de tudo. Então, seria para responder também por crimes, né? Maioridade penal também. Será que é isso? É isso que eu queria muito conversar com o deputado, para entender o projeto dele. Embora o debate atual liderado por ele na comissão seja focado na redução da idade para dirigir, a discussão se insere no contexto mais amplo de aumentar a responsabilidade legal de jovens de 16 e 17 anos no Brasil, acompanhando projetos apensados ao CTB, né, que é o Código de Trânsito Brasileiro, e debates sobre a capacidade civil. Tomara! Mas eu estou aqui ansiosamente esperando essa extensão. Quem sabe não é por aí o caminho, né? Para poder chegar na esquerda lá, né? E botar na cabecinha deles que a gente precisa diminuir a maioridade penal aqui no Brasil, porque senão não dá, né? O crime está jogando esses meninos com 16, 17 anos aí, com 18 anos incompletos, como bucha de canhão, porque sabe que são outras penas, são outras... são outras conduções, né? Vamos dizer assim melhor, né? Não vou falar nem de pena, porque me parece que a casa de custódia não é bem uma pena, né? Fica recolhido e tal, mas, sei lá, me parece que as conduções são diferentes, né? Então, aí eles pegam esses meninos, acabam selecionando, né? Vira soldado do crime, bem novinho. Me parece que abaixo de 16 anos ainda é mais facilitado ainda a vida dele, se ele for pego no crime, né? De 16 para cima, aí já tem uma outra legislação também, me parece. Mas, enfim, a discussão é ampla, como diz ali, né, no projeto. A dúvida é se encaminha para isso? Se abre uma prerrogativa, ou melhor dizendo, se abre um precedente para diminuir a maioridade penal, quem sabe? Se for, ó, joia, maravilhoso. É o que a gente quer e muito, né? E muito. Não é pouco, não. A ansiedade brasileira com relação a isso, né? Eu acredito eu que é isso mesmo. Ah, que coisa, né, gente? Que coisa terrível isso. Bom, vai estar aí, então. Ele está aumentando, né? Está levando isso para discussão, porque quer, então, que menino de 16 anos... Agora vem um outro comentário aqui que é importante que a gente faça. Também não podemos esquecer da responsabilidade que é dirigir aos 16 anos. Aliás, dirigir em todas as idades, né? Adulto, não importa a idade. O carro é uma arma, gente, é uma grande responsabilidade. A gente vê coroas aí, ó, com a minha idade, um pouco mais jovem, mais velho do que eu, fazendo porcaria aí, muitas vezes no trânsito, né? Bebe, dirige. Isso a minha geração fez demais. Continua fazendo. De vez em quando pega um aí, desgarrado. As penas endureceram, foi endurecida e tal, mas ainda se pega gente fazendo isso. E é a minha geração. Infelizmente, pouquinho ali, anos 70, 80, 90, fazendo isso ainda. 70, 60, né? Final de 60, igual eu, 70, iniciozinho de 70, você vê os caras fazendo isso ainda, né? Infelizmente, é uma coisa, assim, complicadíssima. Bom, antes de vir para o ar aqui, né, eu estava com as imagens lá da NASA, para depois vir aqui, eu estava acompanhando um programa ali que estava entrevistando o Ronaldo Caiado e perguntaram várias situações, várias visões aí do Ronaldo Caiado com relação a... Me chamou muita atenção uma frase que o Ronaldo Caiado falou, que o grande desafio não é vencer o PT, é governar o país depois do PT. Ele falou uma grande verdade, né? Eu não tinha pensado nisso. Eu sempre bato aqui e falo que a gente precisa se preparar para vencer as eleições do PT. O PT não pode continuar no poder. A esquerda não pode continuar mais 4 anos. Vai ser uma tragédia. É isso que a gente vem sempre sustentando aqui. Mas eu nunca parei realmente para pensar nisso que o Ronaldo Caiado falou, né? Agora ali no debate. Estava numa entrevista. Não me lembro agora qual é o programa. Mas eu estava lá para dentro, lá olhando, assistindo, né? E ele falou isso, e é uma grande verdade, né? No ponto de vista administrativo, o grande desafio, é verdade, não é... Eu diria que até é uma grande missão, né? Tirar esses caras do poder não é fácil, né? Porque eles são bons de eleições, de tramóia, né? De falcatrua, de aprontar, de montar narrativas, dossiês em época de eleição para desconstruir imagem, né? Destruir reputações. Eles são mestres nisso. Isso a gente sabe, são altamente capacitados. Mas, olhando para o outro lado, também é difícil, né, vencer uma eleição deles por causa dessas coisas, né, que eles jogam de tudo quanto é forma. Você vê o que eles fizeram lá com o Alfredo Gaspar agora, se sentindo acuado com a leitura do relatório do relator Alfredo Gaspar. A jogada que eles fizeram, a baixaria, o nível que eles apelam, até onde eles vão. É daquilo ali para pior, que eles fizeram com o Alfredo Gaspar lá. Né? Inventar aquela história de estupro, que não sei o quê, para passar aquela vergonha, né? Envolvendo aquela Tronic, outra otária também, achando que o PT vai fazer alguma coisa por ela. Não vai fazer porra nenhuma. Ela vai se lascar de verde e amarela todinha. Ela vai se estribuchar igual uma batata podre. Ninguém vai querer ela. O PT vai usar ela, está usando ali, e depois vai jogar fora igual um bagaço. Ninguém quer ela. Primeiro, que esses caras políticos aí, mafioso, eles não gostam de quem fica pulando de galho em galho, não. Por mais que você seja contra eles, Eles não gostam que você traia lá e depois vem para eles. Eles não aceitam isso, não. Eu vejo por aqui, ó. Tá? Eles detestam traíras, tanto com o traíra contra eles, quanto contra a favor deles. Eles não gostam. Isso é o sistema, gente. O sistema é assim, ele não gosta de traíra. Tá? Até o traíra lá do adversário deles, que trai o adversário deles e vem arrodeando, querendo vir para eles não gostam disso, não. E detesta também o traíra que trai eles e vai para outro lado. Então, traíra dentro da política que trai o sistema, né? Porque o sistema está, infelizmente, dos dois lados. Ele está do lado daqui como do lado de lá. Infelizmente, tem gente infiltrada, a gente sabe disso. Tá? E eles ficam só de olho em quem que dá para confiar e quem não dá. Essa tronique, com certeza a esquerda já viu que ela é uma oportunista, ela é uma aproveitadeira, né? Ela é uma ladrona de popularidade dos outros, né? Uma aproveitadora, uma ladrona de votos, de aproveitadora, né? Oportunista, assim, sugadora de popularidade, igual ela fez com o Bolsonaro, né? Que o Bolsonaro falou no debate na cara dela. Falou, olha, você usou meu nome lá no Mato Grosso, eu estou sabendo, amigos meus me falaram, você saía entregando seu santinho dizendo que você era a senadora do Jair Bolsonaro. Você usou o meu nome, usou a minha popularidade, usou o meu carisma com as pessoas para se dar bem, agora está aqui. Aí depois você veio me pedir cargo, eu não te dei cargo nenhum, agora você está aí contra mim. Porque eu não te dei cargo, você, como todos os outros, você faz parte do sistema. Falou na cara dela, ela ficava se retorcendo na mesinha. Assim, ó, não olhava na cara dele. Quem viu esse debate sabe que eu estou falando a verdade. Então, a Soraya, hoje, não vai ser aproveitada por lado nenhum, ela vai ser jogada fora. Igual foi o Alexandre Frota, igual foi a Joyce Hasselmann. Você vê que hoje nem a esquerda quer a Joyce. Cadê a Joyce? A Joyce sumiu para a política. Porque, como eu disse, o próprio lado lá que a gente julga que não presta, que é o que a gente está vendo aí, não presta mesmo, eles não aceitam isso. Tá? Não aceitam. Eles usam ali até um determinado momento, até aquele momento ali que eles estão precisando, na hora da forca e tal, para ajudar eles a livrar da forca, e depois eles dão um chute, porque sabe que não presta, não dá para confiar. Então, e isso é o que acontece na política podre, essa velha política, tá? Que a Soraya inventou de aventurar de um lado, agora do outro. Não vai sobrar nada para ela. Essa é a história da Soraya, tá? Que foi usada pelo PT para fazer essa vergonha aí com o Alfredo Gaspar. E o Lindbergh, a gente já sabe que falta caráter, falta hombridade, falta ética, moral, vergonha na cara, tudo isso ele não tem. Todo mundo sabe, quem é aqui do Rio de Janeiro sabe disso que eu estou falando, né? Então, para o Lindinho, não o da Odebrecht, né? Estava lá o nome dele, Lindinho da Odebrecht, na lista. Todo mundo sabe. E isso aí não é nada para ele, tá? Então, quem sabe que perdeu com isso aí foi a trouxa, a bestalhada, como diz a Bia Kisses, a sirigaita, né? Foi ela só que perdeu. Mas ninguém. Então, infelizmente, é isso. E eles têm projetos populistas, projetos politiqueiros, provavelmente como esse daí, ó, que está na tela aí, o senhor Áureo Ribeiro. Eu gostaria de saber, mais uma vez eu quero lhe perguntar aqui, não sei se isso vai chegar no senhor um dia, né? Mas se estende a redução da maioridade penal? Se for, ó, uma boa. Agora, como é que incoerência seria essa? Um jovem respondendo a partir dos 18 anos pelo Código Penal, né, crimes, e podendo dirigir com 16, votar. Votar já é um absurdo, né? Escolher o presidente, inclusive, com 16 ele pode, mas não pode responder os seus erros aí no Código Civil, no Código Penal e etc. Isso é um absurdo já, né? Aí agora querem deixar eles dirigirem, tirar carteira de habilitação com 16, mas não pode diminuir a maioridade penal. Olha que chique, que baita incoerência, deputado. É isso que eu queria só entender, sabe, do projetinho de vocês. Isso se estende, abre o precedente, abre a discussão para a redução da maioridade penal, é isso que a gente quer saber, sabe? Que ninguém aguenta mais essas coisas populistas aí que vocês inventam em ano de eleição, tá? Esses projetinhos sem pé, sem cabeça, né? Que vocês, ó, a toque de caixa, igual essa história aí, ó, dos 20 dias, agora, no ano de eleição, inventaram de aprovar o tal dos 20 dias para licença paternidade. A gente sabe que isso é um negócio politiqueiro. Não fizeram nem o cálculo quanto que o Tesouro vai ter que bancar disso, qual é o déficit que fica para a Previdência. Ninguém fala disso. Isso é um absurdo, né? Pois é, mas eles fazem em ano de eleição. É igual aí o senhor Áureo Ribeiro querendo fazer essa papagaiada. Até que me provem o contrário, é uma papagaiada. Menino começar com 16 anos, se bem que já tem uns aí com 10, 12 anos dirigindo, né? Mas legalmente, dentro do país, poder tirar com 16 anos a carteira, tal, legal, desde que ele responda pelos crimes dele. Concordo plenamente. Tá? E aí, por isso que eu coloquei a enquete lá, né? Para as pessoas responderem. Mas, infelizmente, o YouTube está nos sacaneando aí, não entrega o nosso conteúdo. Eu estou doidinho com isso. YouTube, pelo amor de Deus. Ô, seu YouTube, dá licença, né, mano? Falar igual o paulista agora. Ô, mano, dá licença, né, mano? Entrega bagulho aí, mano. Ô, entendeu? Puxa vida, vocês chamam a gente para parceria, eu fico me dedicando noite e dia aqui, dele conteúdo, aí monetizam o canal da gente, vira parceiro, oferece isso, oferece aquilo, e a gente, vocês, uma denuncinha aqui, outra ali, vocês já travam o conteúdo da gente, travam o canal. Puxa vida, cara. Não dá para entender isso, não. Devolve o meu pessoal aí, cara. Entrega o meu conteúdo. Fala que eu estou ao vivo aqui. Mostra para eles. Entrega lá para eles. Quem tiver ao vivo agora vai ver. Não é não? Fazer isso comigo aí, cara. Puxa vida. O que a gente tem que destacar também? Bom, já destacamos o foguetão, né? Foguetão subiu. Vamos ver como é que tá lá, João. Rapaz, tá uma bolinha de nada lá em cima. Mas, menino... Ó, traz de novo, João. Vamos botar de novo aqui, só um cadinho, para o povo ver. Olha como é que está agora, pessoal. E tira aqui, ó. E tira o negócio do Áureo aí. Pronto, já falamos do Áureo Ribeiro, deputado aqui do Rio de Janeiro. Olha isso aí, menino. Olha como é que tá, o escuridão. Agora escureceu tudo, não foi? Mas escureceu não? Ou é lá dentro? É porque não dá para a gente... Deixa eu ver o que eles estão falando. Em inglês também, né? Vamos ver se eu traduzo aqui. Não tem tradutor aqui, ué? Os membros estão lá, os suítes... Estão se adaptando às instruções com vocês e esperando o tempo...
Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent.
Eles querem que eles falem o tempo, né? Não é isso, Joãozinho? Eu acho que é isso. O tempo deles.
90 seconds, maybe.
O tempo que eles têm lá de voo, algo assim, né?
Less than 2 minutes.
Está dando informação da tripulação, ó, confirmando que está todo mundo bem, os pilotos, o piloto. Alguma coisinha a gente consegue, né? Outra, não, é tudo muito... ali, né, um negócio...
You heard some of the environmental control system activations over Orion to Earth.
100 mil milhas.
The O2 sensors.
Bom, é isso, pessoal. Eu sou péssimo em inglês, viu? Eu sou péssimo.
During all of the activations here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position
Eles
to go
vão,
ahead and execute
para
the
eles
energy
informando a torre de controle, né, provavelmente,
Once concluded,
o posicionamento, os minutos, segundos, para que execute. Se reportem a eles lá. Por enquanto é informação, né? Porque...
NCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and SAWS.
Aí, eu sou péssimo. Alguma coisinha ou outra eu entendo, viu? Bom, mas tá aí, você viu? Escuridão, eu queria só saber. O que é isso aí, João, hein? Será que é o...
40 minutes of mission elapsed time, the maneuver to the burn
o
attitude
interior lá do foguete, que está assim a imagem? Porque lá estava de dia, né? O sol estava bem azulzinho, bem tranquilo. O que será que... Bom, enfim, voltar para cá, né? Vamos voltar para cá. Isso, tira o som lá, João. Tá, vamos tirar o som e fecha para mim aqui, tá? Isso aí. Cara, tu viu que legal? Então, acompanhando ali, provavelmente durante a semana vai ficar mostrando essas imagens, né? Vamos ver se a gente consegue, né, trazer alguma coisinha aqui em tempo real, né, João? Quando a gente estiver transmitindo, não sei quantos dias esses caras vão ficar por lá. Que legal, né, cara? Que legal, tem um negócio interessante. Eu só não gosto de voar, nem de avião. Imagina num negócio desse aí. Não dava eu, não. Para astronauta não servia, não, João. Dava, não. Vamos lá. Eu acho que para comunicação mesmo, né? Deixa eu aqui, quieto. Deixa o velhinho aqui. Ó, a delação do Vorcaro. Vamos falar disso aqui? Antes, você que está chegando agora, ó, né? Os pouquinhos que chegaram, estão passando por aqui. Deixa o teu like aí e se inscreve no canal, tá? Para nos ajudar, tá bom, pessoal? O YouTube hoje não está nos ajudando, não está entregando o nosso conteúdo, tem uns dias. Mas você que chega, por acaso, vê, se inscreve aí, deixa o teu like, vamos ver se a gente consegue mudar isso. Vamos entender, vamos tentar entender o YouTube, o que está acontecendo, o que a gente fez. Né? Tem algum motivo, deve ter algum motivo. Tá? Com certeza. Vamos ver. Agora, o que eu queria falar era disso aqui, ó. Duas situações que são importantes, né? Para a população, cara. Que é isso aqui, ó. A delação do Vorcaro. Tá todo mundo me perguntando. Inclusive, a semana passada, se eu não me engano, na sexta ou no sábado, alguém falou no chat que ainda estava bombando, né? O chat bombando ali, aí eu me lembro que tinha, entre comentários e perguntas, tinha uma história assim, do tipo, e a delação desse Vorcaro, aí sai quando, como é que pé tá isso, qual é a informação? Pois é, a gente está trazendo hoje uma atualização aqui, ó, que é o seguinte, ó, a delação do Vorcaro ainda não tem data, tá? Ela já foi previamente combinada, assinada toda a documentação, aquele negócio todo que a gente já sabe, né? Já teve uma pré-delação, uma pré-conversa com a Polícia Federal, agora as coisas estão sendo encaminhadas para a PGR, Procurador Paulo Gonet. Aí que vem a complicação, porque me parece, o comentário, né? Todo mundo sabe que eles se alinha muito com o STF, né? Principalmente com aqueles ministros ali. Alexandre de Moraes, Dias Toffoli, me parece que eles são muito, principalmente com aquela primeira turma, a turminha do Dino, Alexandre de Moraes, do Zanin, me parece que eles, ó, são muito alinhados. Aí que vem o perigo, tá? Porque agora é preparada uma outra, agora sim a delação passa por ele, pela Procuradoria-Geral da República. E aí ele negocia um acordo, né, com a Procuradoria-Geral da República, a informação que a gente teve e que eles querem, inclusive o advogado está tentando acelerar isso o mais rápido possível. Foi isso que a gente soube, tá? que eles estão querendo o mais rápido possível. E que me parece que quem não tem muita pressa nesse caso do Banco Master é o senhor Paulo Gonet, o Procurador-Geral da República, que já mostrou em outras situações que não tem muita pressa. Inclusive, foi comentado pelo próprio ministro do caso, aí, né, relator do caso, André Mendonça, que falou, me parece, eu não sei, eu estou querendo que tenha urgência nisso, e aí houve até uma indisposição aí do André Mendonça com o Paulo Gonet. Quem lembra disso aí? Teve esse fato aí, essa ocasião, né? Que aconteceu isso aí. Então, há quem diga que provavelmente tenha uma canseirinha agora, né? Porque é lá com a Procuradoria-Geral da República. Mas depois, ele saindo dali, ele já vem para o ministro, André Mendonça, no caso, o relator do caso. Tá? Então, como o próximo passo é para o André, o Paulo Gonet vai ficar, provavelmente, aí numa sainha justa, né? Ele vai ser cobrado. Ó, eu estou aguardando. Então, eles estão negociando isso aí. Por quê? Porque ele precisa mostrar as provas, o que a Procuradoria-Geral quer. Ó. Isso é de praxe, tá? Isso até um advogado me explicou. Ele precisa mostrar as provas em cima do que ele for delatar. Não só para o Procurador-Geral da República, como para o relator, no caso, o André Mendonça. Isso tudo precisa ser avaliado. Eles têm que devolver valores. Tem a história dos valores também, pessoal. Né? Só com o pai dele foi encontrado mais de 2 bilhões de reais. Então, isso tudo vai para a conta da negociação. Tá? Tem a história da casa, que ele transferiu depois que o rolo já estava acontecendo. Eu não sei nem se essa casa lá em Miami de 500 milhões, que ele transferiu para o nome da ex-noiva e tal, que ele saiu distribuindo aí o patrimônio para um, para outro, né? Tem essa história aí? Pois é, eu não sei se isso aí não vai entrar na jogada. Por quê? Porque ele tem que devolver isso aí, porque junto a esse acordo, eles pegam esses valores, jogam lá no agregado para poder devolver para as pessoas. Aquelas pessoas ficaram no prejuízo, porque o fundo lá do Banco Central não vai cobrir tudo. O cara deu um golpe de mais de 40 bi. Só no Banco de Brasília foram 12 bilhões. Então, não é assim, né? Isso aí é uma delação muito complicada, porque vai envolver cifras, aí ele tem que devolver. Provavelmente, tanto o procurador como o ministro André Mendonça vão querer saber onde é que ele botou o dinheiro que sumiu, para onde vai parar, em que paraíso fiscal está. Tem que estar em algum paraíso fiscal. Isso aí não some assim, não, né? Esses valores absurdos, porque ele não gastou isso tudo. Por mais que ele era um homem gastador, chique, ostentador, né? Só no noivado ele gastou 200 milhões. Aí, depois, numa degustação de uisquinho lá com os ministros, ele pagou a conta 4 milhões. Ele fazia umas festinhas lá em Trancoso, na casinha, na Bahia. Custava alguns milhões. Ele gastou 25 milhões na festa de 15 anos da filha. Ele comprou uma casa em Brasília de 35 milhões. Aí você vai fazendo a conta. Isso tudo virou patrimônio. Pode ser revertido para dinheiro, né? Pode-se fazer dinheiro, leilão e tudo, né? Se a justiça tomar. Essa casa em Trancoso também. Ele tem como reverter uma parte disso tudo, desse prejuízo que ele deu nas pessoas, se conseguir aí recuperar alguns patrimônios, algum dinheiro que ele escondeu fora aí, poder ressarcir boa parte dessas pessoas. Bom, esse dinheiro aí, da história do pai dele aí, quase 2,5 bi, né? 2,5 bilhões de reais, estava com o pai dele. E aí o pai dele disse, não, isso aqui não tem nada a ver com meu filho, não, é meu. Mas da onde o velho tirou 2 bilhões? Tá maluco? Né? Devem ter perguntado para ele, a Polícia Federal, mas vem cá, o senhor tirou da onde 2,5 bilhões? Que é isso? Então, ninguém, pelo que se sabe, os pais não eram tão ricos assim, não. Ele vem de uma família razoável, né? Filhinho de playboyzinho, mais ou menos. Também não eram essas coisas todas, não, que falam aí, né? De onde é que esse velho tirou 2,5 bi. É claro que é dele, transferiu para o velho, fez alguma coisa aí. Vai dançar isso aí também. Então, é uma série de coisas que precisa ser ajustada aqui, ó. Tá? E aí, depois, isso passa para o André Mendonça, e aí sim vem a delação premiada. Aí ele vai chegar e vai falar, ó, eu quero falar sobre isso, eu quero delatar isso, porque isso, eu tenho aqui, ó, as provas. Ó. Pá. Né? Então, eu vou falar e vou mostrar fatos. Pronto, para a delação ter força, né? Argumentos. Bom, a delação minimamente que se espera, né? Conduzida pelo André Mendonça. Vai ser uma coisa com fortes argumentos, não vai ter como escapar. Podem ter certeza disso, que o André Mendonça deve estar preparando um inquérito, um processo muito bem feito, meus amigos, porque ele não vai deixar nenhuma brecha, não. Uma brechinha para Gilmar, Dino, Zanin, qualquer um tentar salvar aí Alexandre de Moraes e Toffoli, que provavelmente vão aparecer nessa delação. A esposa do Moraes vai aparecer, vai, com certeza. Eu não sei, não vai ter como, porque as conversas que estão pegando nas mensagens são muito fortes. Agora saiu que o Alexandre e a esposa, doutora Vivi, andavam nos aviãozinhos da empresa dele para cima e para baixo, a troco de trabalhos advocatícios. De pagamento de honorário de trabalho advocatício. Ela falou isso aí em nota. Ou seja, tinha uma parceria. Né? Então, tudo isso vai incluir aí. Ele vai ter que falar, mas de onde começou isso? Começa a falar, por favor. Como é que você chegou até o Alexandre de Moraes? Por que você contratou esse escritório? Não tem jeito. Por que essas conversas aqui nesse telefone? Tem mais 7 telefones para derrubar as mensagens. Mais 7. Então, a situação está complicada. Aí, para o lado do senhor Alexandre de Moraes e dona Vivi, a doutora mais sortuda do planeta Terra. Eu acho que se pegar o foguete de hoje, jogar para qualquer outro planeta e levar, não vai ter uma pessoa mais sortuda que ela. Não. A mulher que faz um negócio desse, são 4 ou 5 Mega Sena acumuladas ali naquele contrato. E ela conseguiu num servicinho só, o Banco Master, sem defender uma causa. Pense numa mulher sortuda, uma mulher que, não posso falar o nome, né? Já estou travado aqui, mas nasceu com o bumbum virado para a lua. Ela não precisa nem fazer igual o foguete ir lá, né? Ela só aponta o bumbum para a lua e ela tem a sorte do mundo. Ela ganhou esse dinheiro todo. Outra mulher competente, sortuda, a doutora Vivi, que, por sinal, esposa do Alexandre de Moraes. Veja bem, quanta intimidade, quanta coincidência, né? Ou coisas da vida. Mas vamos lá, seguindo aqui o nosso raciocínio. Vamos lá. Então, isso tudo vai ter que ser avaliado. Tá? E, inclusive, eu não sabia dessa história, não, da grana. Ele tem que dar conta também do dinheiro, de algumas coisas aí. Cadê o dinheiro? Porque, assim, fizeram um rastreio, né, de quanto ele deu o golpe financeiro e quanto investidores depositaram, quanto o banco dele acariou, né, com esses investimentos furados, esses fundos que me pareciam lá, alguns que era lavando dinheiro do PCC. Mas cadê esse dinheiro? Tem que ter um dinheiro. Onde foi parar? As pessoas deram dinheiro lá no banco dele. Foi parar aonde esse dinheiro? Tem um pouco em patrimônio, um pouco aqui, outro lá. Não. Para aí. Tá, tudo bem. Teve uma parte você gastou, né, com seus luxos. Relógios, perfumes, roupas, carros caros, casas. Tá, tudo bem. Viagens internacionais, etc. Mas e aí? São mais de 40 bilhões de reais. É muito dinheiro, gente. Sabe? Isso tudo tem que ser explicado. Então, provavelmente, gente, para quem está com muita pressa, igual eu, estou ansioso para essa história dessa delação premiada, vai ter que esperar mais um pouquinho. Ainda não tem a data, tá? Resumindo, não tem a data definida ainda. há quem diga que provavelmente mais uns 15 dias aí ainda, para sair alguma coisa, tá? Algum acordo direitinho, formalizar tudo certinho, né? Acertar todos os pontos da delação, tá? Com documentos, provas, ainda demora mais um pouquinho. Mas uma coisa tá certo, a delação premiada não tem como voltar mais atrás, ela já está definida, só estão definindo aí as diretrizes, as conduções de como vai ser isso. Não adianta. A porca vai torcer o rabo, de um jeito ou do outro. Pode demorar 15 dias, mais um mês, mas não vai ter jeito. Vai ser uma vergonheira. Ó, e quando abrir esse bueiro aí, o cheiro vai passar o oceano lá para o outro lado, viu? Vai atravessar os oceanos aí, Pacífico, Atlântico. O negócio vai ser feio, tá? Vai ser feio. Estou escutando... Tá vazando aqui? Estou escutando o cheiro de um nenezinho. Tá chorando por aqui. Será que é visita? Aqui na rádio? É um nenezinho chorando. Vou acabar logo, porque eu não posso ver criança. Eu sou apaixonado. Que horas são agora? 21h31. Minas Gerais. Quero encerrar falando isso aqui, ó. Tira o Vorcaro aí. Tá? Tira o Vorcaro. Eu quero falar... Puxa, pior que a gente não colocou, né? A gente não colocou aqui a história de Minas. E eu quero... Então, vamos tirar aqui. Eu não fiz o título, não. Eu esqueci, João. Eu esqueci. Te esqueci. Como diz o... Te esqueci. Mas vamos lá, vamos falar assim mesmo. Sem o título. Estou muito preocupado com a história de Minas Gerais, que eu falei no começo do programa aqui, tá? Estou muito preocupado. Minas Gerais ainda não definiu o candidato do Flávio, do PL, da direita, que vai compor junto com o Flávio Bolsonaro aí, né? O candidato a governo, que vai ter o palanque lá, tudo, né? Uma campanha correndo por dentro de Minas Gerais, dando aquele suporte que né, o candidato a presidente precisa, e tem que ser uma pessoa forte, porque Minas Gerais é o segundo colégio eleitoral do Brasil, o segundo maior colégio eleitoral, só perde para São Paulo. Sabiam disso? Então, eu estou achando muito amarrado isso, muito devagar ainda. Sério, eu estou preocupado. Estou muito preocupado. Por quê? Porque está uma indefinição aí, ó. Tá, não sabe se... O Flávio não sabe se apoia o cara lá que era vice do Romeu Zema, que é o que o Zema quer apoiar, né? O vice dele, que é um cara que já conhece o sistema de gestão do Zema, está por dentro dos problemas, o que tem que fazer, qual é o trabalho que tem que seguir ser feito em Minas Gerais, para as coisas darem certo, que deram até agora com o Zema, tem tudo isso. Mas me parece que o Flávio não simpatiza muito com essa ideia, né, de ser esse cara, o cara dele lá em Minas Gerais. Diz que parece que quer lançar outro. Aí tem a história do Cleitinho, que é de direita, veio nessa bandeira, tem uma gratidão enorme pelo Bolsonaro, de vez em quando ele dá uma desfilada ali pelo lado do populista, né? Projeto populista, né? Está do lado desse negócio do fim da escala 6x1, de vez em quando ele dá umas guinadas aí, meia populistas, né? Ele surfa por ali também, a gente não sabe se é para garantir também uma certa simpatia do outro lado, de alguns, né, que não são tão radicais, centro-esquerda, ele pegar uns votinhos também lá em Minas. A gente não sabe o que é, afinal de contas, né, o que está acontecendo com o Cleitinho. Mas a gente sabe que ele é um cara de caráter, né, ele é um cara de família boa, ele veio de um bom berço, é um menino bom. O Cleitinho é um menino bom. Eu tenho amigos que se dão muito bem com ele, tá? Me falam muito bem dele. Eu não o conheço pessoalmente. Eu conversei com ele numa ligação que um amigo meu fez, que estava com ele lá em Brasília, fez uma ligação de vídeo. Aqui, eu no estúdio, eu conversei com ele. Olha quem está comigo aqui. Dá bom dia para ele, Gauchinho. Aí virou, era o Cleitinho. Eu falei, ô, Cleitinho, que prazer. Nossa, então, eu sou teu fã. Falei para ele, né? Você é um menino bom, te admiro muito aí, continua nessa pegada, não decepciona o seu papai, sua mamãe. Então, ele ficou me escutando assim. Você fala de família, você é um cara bom. Falou para mim, você preserva pai e mãe, ó, tá falando. A gente bateu um papo, assim, sabe? Ele até prometeu que ia vir aqui no meu canal e tal, depois a correria grande. Aí ele marcou um dia para vir aqui no meu canal, só que sabe o que aconteceu? Eu saí divulgando para todo mundo, fiz flyer. Aí sabe o que a bandidagem fez aqui? Eu tenho certeza que foi o sistema daqui, a bandidagem daqui política. Cortaram a energia só da minha rua, acredita, naquele dia? No horário do programa, faltando meia hora para me botar o Cleitinho comigo no ar aqui. Cortaram a energia, só na minha rua faltou energia. Você acredita nesse dia? Mas eu fiquei pé da vida. E foi num período ali que o Cleitinho estava com tempo, porque era aquele período no meio do ano, ali das férias deles, né, do recesso lá que tem no final do ano, no meio do ano, deles, era pandemia também, então estava todo mundo dentro de casa. Cara, depois disso eu não consegui mais marcar nada com o Cleitinho, porque eu passei uma vergonha grande, ele ficou esperando lá, o sinal não foi para ele, ficou fora, e eu, com o telefone, com pouca bateria, querendo conversar com o Fabrício, na época, meu Deus do céu, e consegui conversar depois, já era 10 horas da noite, e falei o que aconteceu. E até hoje eu não consegui mais trazer o Cleitinho aqui, mas estava tudo combinado nesse dia. Tem até o flyer aí na internet. Eu nem apaguei. Tem até hoje o flyer. Foi no meio da pandemia. E então, eu tenho, sabe, eu acredito que o Cleitinho seja um bom menino. É um bom menino, serve para menino ele. Acho que ele tem a idade de quê? 30 anos? A minha filha mais velha vai fazer 29. Ele poderia ser meu filho, se eu tivesse filho mais cedo, né? Mais novo. Mas é um menino bom, me parece ser um menino bom. Mas aí ficam fletando naquilo ali, né? Ele fica ali e tal. Acho que o Flávio tem receio com isso, não sei se o Bolsonaro ficou também receoso com relação a isso. Aí estão meio indefinidos aí, e nem o Cleitinho também confirma se vai ser candidato a governador ou não, vai seguir o mandato dele, que ele tem direito a mais 4 anos como senador, né? O mandato de senador é 8 anos. Então, ele tem mais 4 anos. E aí a gente fica com essa indefinição em Minas Gerais, que muito me preocupa, pessoal. Os patriotas e conservadores aí têm que ficar preocupados com isso, sim. A gente tem que cobrar aí da direita, ver com o partido do Flávio, o que vai fazer aí do Bolsonaro, tem que decidir isso logo, né? Se vai apoiar o Cleitinho, vai apoiar o cara do Novo, ou vai lançar um candidato deles mesmo. Me parece que eu não vejo ninguém forte. Porque hoje, o que me preocupa? Hoje, nesse momento, eu acho, tá? Aquele Rodrigo Pacheco está se filiando ao PSB e vai lançar a candidatura dele ao governo do Estado. Tá? E ele já na pesquisa apareceu colado ali, colando, acho que menos 10 pontos, menos disso, do Cleitinho. Já aparece Rodrigo Pacheco no PSB, bem nas pesquisas. Por quê? Por causa dessa indefinição da direita aí. Para dar o prosseguimento lá do Romeu Zema, precisa de alguém à altura. Um nome forte, popular, que tenha votos, tenha força. Porque senão o Rodrigo Pacheco vai levar, e tem o apoio do Lula. Vários partidos da esquerda vão fechar a coligação e é o candidato do Lula em Minas Gerais. Isso muito nos preocupa. Era só o que faltava. E aí nós temos que fazer um apelo muito forte. Esse canal tem que voltar, cara, com o pessoalzinho que estava aqui, tinha muita gente de Minas. Precisa fazer uma campanha forte lá dentro de Minas. Esse Rodrigo Pacheco traíra. Esse é um traíra. Chegou à presidência do Senado, tudo às custas do Bolsonaro também, e depois fez o que fez lá. A gente viu o que ele fez. Não precisa nem dizer, né? Todo mundo viu o que o Rodrigo Pacheco fez. Não pode ganhar em Minas Gerais, gente. Tem que vir um candidato forte. Aí o Cleitinho, né? O Cleitinho precisa, né? Se o Rodrigo confirmar, eu vi ele falando isso na tribuna, no Senado. Se o Rodrigo Pacheco confirmar mesmo a candidatura, que ele vinha candidato a governador de Minas Gerais. Que ele não ia deixar isso, não. Ele ia lutar para que isso não acontecesse. Pois tomara que ele faça isso. Tomara que ele faça isso. E aí o Flávio cola com ele, que é a melhor coisa que tem. Vai puxar voto para ele. Cleitinho é popular em Minas. O pessoal de Minas tem muito orgulho do Cleitinho. Eu acho que seria o melhor caminho aí para todo mundo. Mas eu estou muito preocupado com Minas Gerais. Se cochilar, o cachimbo cai lá, hein? Olha, que eu estou te falando. O Aécio Neves hoje não é mais perigo, não. Eu vejo, parece que na última pesquisa, ele pontuou lá em 6º, ele está. Não tem chance. O povo de Minas está por aqui com essa turma do Tucano lá. Aécio Neves, Antônio Anastasia, isso já era lá. Eu acho que já era. Mas muito me preocupa essa demora de definição. Porque se o Pachecão se articular rápido lá com o Lula e coisa, eles vão entrar lá para ganhar a eleição, hein? Vão, com apoio, caixa do governo, Lula, você sabe como é que eles são, né? Então, gente, cuidado. E é o segundo maior colégio eleitoral do Brasil. Nós não estamos falando de qualquer colégio eleitoral, não. É Minas Gerais, gente. São mais de 800 municípios. Sabe? Então, cuidado. Atenção direita. Meu Deus do céu. Olha, se cochilar, o cachimbo cai. Não vamos facilitar. Não vamos perder o foco, não vamos subestimar essa gente, porque subestimamos em 2022 e deu no que deu. Não subestime essa gente. Vamos lá, tá dado o aviso aí, então. Vamos agilizar, gente, pelo amor de Deus. Alô, Minas Gerais. Alô, direita de Minas. Vamos para cima dessa turma aí, para definir logo isso. É para ontem a história. Bom, vou ficar por aqui em 20 horas e 42 minutinhos. Depois eu vou tentar uma resposta aqui do deputado Áureo Ribeiro a respeito disso. Ver o que eles estão falando. O que está rolando lá, ó? Estão dentro da nave, ó. Está falando o quê? Ó, vamos botar aqui, ó. Olha só. Me parece que é a bunda do bicho ali. Não é, não? Hein, Joãozinho? Põe aqui, põe. Vamos ver, deixa eu ver. Me parece ser até... aquilo ali não é a traseira do trem? Estou achando que é, viu? Ó, tá falando, ó, João. Bota aí. Põe na tela. Ué, não apareceu? O que houve? Não, vamos jogar agora. Aqui, ó. O linkzinho que a gente tem lá do canal da NASA. Ó, eles estão falando aí, ó. Ali me parece... É dentro, é o interior da nave, né? Do foguete, não é? Bom, mais uma imagem aí, então, ó. Aí a central, a torre de controle do foguete, provavelmente. Vamos ver o que está rolando aí.
Thank you.
And Stan, we are wrapping up PWD right now. Jeremy will get the HHB cameras after that. There was a tremendous amount of back pressure on all those settings, so it's taking a little bit of all the connectors, so it's taking a little bit of time.
Copy. Thank you.
Ó, estão se comunicando com os astronautas lá.
Commander Reed Wiseman aware of the initial steps for mission specialists.
No foguete.
Christina Cook and
vamos ver se eles falam dos quantos mil.
While the commander and pilot monitor the flight.
Estão falando da menina, ó, da assistant, da astronauta. Do comando, no comandante.
We copy that, Stan. Thank you.
Some of the equipment inside needs to be
Tá
activated
agradecendo, ó.
by flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The activation of some of these
Toda a missão até
necessary
agora que deu
for
tudo
the
certo.
trip, on their first day in
O
orbit
Houston,
as part of the Artemis 2
o
mission.
controle.
While Christina Cook
A missão
addressed,
até agora deu tudo
the
certo.
the waste
Um
systems
sucesso.
that are on board now that they're activated and purged.
A menina tá bem, estão preocupados com a mulher, né? A astronauta, o Jeremiah Hanson.
One of his initial steps is to
É o
activate
outro,
the
né? O
equipment and start
comandante.
filling some bags as a reserve. So he's
Bebendo
working through
água,
those
é isso que ele
steps.
falou?
The HHP camera is one
Eu
of the
não entendo
internal
direito,
cameras
mas eu acho que é,
inside
viu? A bagagem tá tudo
integrity.
certo.
HHP
As
camera was
câmeras
one that,
dentro, né? Internas
was
aqui do
captured
tá tudo
through the
funcionando,
duration
tudo
of
direitinho, integradas.
and
Isso aí eu
recorded into
entendi,
the
porque
flight
eu
computers.
conheço os nomes das coisas de câmera e coisa em inglês, como é que é, né? Tá capturando as imagens, tudo direitinho, recortando e indo direto para o computador.
Yeah, I doubt it helps you at all, Stan, but that whole time that you all had, seemed like you had a good forward link, we just had no return. We saw a good frame lock, and everything looked good. The only thing we did not have was a good ping. I don't know if that helps you.
That helps a lot, Reed. Thank you for that report.
É, rapaz, é isso aí. Estão pedindo um helpzinho lá, né? Para vocês, para se reportarem e tal. É porque tem um delay, né? Demora um pouco para chegar. Tem que dar o tempo. Ó, é a imagem lá do foguete, sim, viu? Que eles estão colocando, é. Que legal, né, cara? Puxa vida, tudo em tempo real, ó. Eles lá no controle, na torre de controle. Agora, eu não fiquei sabendo quantos dias, né, que eles vão ficar aí, será, hein? Bom, a gente vai saber, né? Vai passar as horas aí, os dias. Não sei se é dias ou como é que é. Só vão sobrevoar e vão retornar.
We saw the SAW 3 brake go into error position. We're confident it engaged, but we saw more motion than we expected during the burn.
Estão dando um tempo para acertar. Teve um erro de posição, aí estão acertando as posições. A expectativa é que agora acerte a posição. Aí, assim que acertar, eles dão o ok. É.
HHP cameras are off, PUP 1 switches are off, Stan.
Copy HHP and PUP, thank you.
As câmeras ainda estão em off, né? Depois vai... alguma coisinha dá pra gente. Outras é muito complicado, pessoal. Mas, ó, que legal, né? Que emoção, cara. Você imagina para um cara que vive disso aí, né? Sonhou a vida inteira, estudou, se preparou, tá lá fazendo, né? Que legal, muito legal. Muito legal. Bom, pessoal, é isso aí. Eu vou finalizar tudo por aqui. Amanhã, às 10 horas da manhã, a gente volta com a primeira edição, a do Brasil Sem Censura. Eu espero que o YouTube me ajude. Me ajuda aí. Não me atrapalhem, não, gente. Pelo amor de Deus. Me ajuda aí. Volta para mim aqui. Volta para mim aqui. Meu Deus do céu, me ajuda aí, pessoal. Sabe? Dá para entender isso, não, ó. Hein? Não tem como. Sabe? Não tem... A gente crescendo aqui, cara, todo dia um monte de inscrito aqui, todo dia aumentando o número de inscritos. Passamos dos 11 mil, a meta era 10 mil inscritos até o final da quaresma, que é amanhã, né? Já sexta-feira santa, depois de amanhã. Olha, já estamos em 11 mil, passamos de 10 mil. Chegamos em 11 mil e quase 11.100 já. E aí acontece isso essa semana, eu não estou entendendo. pelo menos me mande um aviso aí. O que eu fiz? Me dá uma luz aí, ó. Se ofendeu alguém, tá xingando demais, tá alguma coisa, tem que melhorar nisso, naquilo, me fala aí. Eu quero saber onde é que eu pequei aqui. Porque ou é marcação mesmo, é denúncia de alguém, estão pegando no pé. O que é? Porque o canal estava indo muito bem. De repente começa isso aí, ó. Tá menos de quando era antes, que eu só transmitia coisa local aqui. Tá pior do que antes. O que aconteceu aí? Isso aí que eu queria, tá? Me deem a resposta, por favor. O que está acontecendo? Tá bom? Olha, fiquem todos com Deus, tá? Uma ótima quarta-feira santa, né? O dia que marca aí a traição de Judas, né? Que traiu Jesus em troca de algumas moedas e entregou onde Jesus estava. Hoje marca o que eu falei de manhã, né? A quarta-feira santa é o dia da traição. E o dia, coincidentemente, hoje, o dia da mentira, 1º de abril. Tá bom? Então vamos se despedindo aqui. Fiquem todos com Deus. Papai do céu abençoe a tua quarta-feira santa aí. Todo mundo, né? Quem vai jejuar amanhã, eu jejuo na sexta. Sexta-feira eu não vou fazer aqui, tá? A sexta-feira santa, a gente se recolhe aqui, tá bom? E aí a gente volta no sábado, aleluia. Aí ninguém me segura, não. Esse negócio tem que estar melhor. Tem que estar melhor. Porque é sábado, aleluia, o trem tem que, né, explodir aqui. O que eles estão falando lá na nave? Hein, João? Em Houston, chamando Houston. É onde há, né, provavelmente a central lá em Houston, que eles estão falando. Uma integração. Foi no banheiro. Tem um deles que está no banheiro, eu acho que perguntou lá. Bom, é isso aí, pessoal. Muito bacana. Acompanhamos de perto. Fiquem todos com Deus. Uma ótima noite. Hasta la vista, baby. Até amanhã, se Deus quiser, 10 horas da manhã, com a primeira edição do Brasil Sem Censura. Mais informação para você. Sempre. Canal Livre TV. Diferente. A TV da gente. Valeu.